Alright, are we live? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And we're live. You know what that means. You know what that means. Sorry I'm late, y'all. I had to brush my teeth. You know what I'm saying? When was the last time you brushed your teeth? You. I'm talking to you. How them teeths doing? Either way. Hopefully they're doing as good as mine, right? Y'all see my teeth. Oh man, I need to check if we're live. I need to check if we're live. Oh, okay. We looking a little bit live. Okay. Hey, we're live. How about you? You live? Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one today. Or y'all just need to respond to that notification. Hit the share button. Get your friends in here. What are you doing? Get your friends in here. Get all your friends in here. I see all your friends. Get all of them in here. All y'all on your little group chat. Man, y'all better group chat in my chat. There we go. Oh, one time for the professionals. One time for the professionals. You know what that means. We're almost done here. Oh man, I got tea in the background too. I got tea in the background. Alright, one more post. One more post and I get to see y'all pretty faces. One more post and I get to look at y'all pretty faces. Give me a second. Alright. Alright. Now that I got all the heavy lifting done. So heavy. Oh man. Oh man. I'm still not used to posting on stories. Look at me. Let me post a story real quick. Okay. Now I'm ready. Are you ready? I don't think you're ready. I don't think y'all are ready. When was the last time anyone was ever ready for me? That's a good question. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Glosheski Experience. This is going to be episode 689, something like that, I believe. We're doing more previz art. What does that mean? Pre-visualization art. What does that mean? That means we're just doing something that's like concept art, but it's a little bit more tailored towards the story that I am writing. Yes, I'm a writer. I wrote a story, and I'm drawing all the pictures for it. And we are just going to be working on some stuff today. We're going to be picking up where we left off last week. Now, what were we doing last week? If you remember, on this joint here, we were drawing some eggs. Having a whole lot of fun with eggs. Well, now we're going to work on the next step from the eggs. We're going to be drawing some dinosaurs. Yeah. Yay. Finally get to draw some dinosaurs. And if I get around to finishing these, I probably kind of want to draw some more dinosaurs. Not that I ever show y'all my storyboards and all the writing that I do and all that other stuff. But moving forward, like, if I'm working on previz art and I'm drawing dinosaurs, I hope y'all like dinosaurs. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I didn't even tell y'all what the title of the thing is. What's today's title? Corn syrup. Don't ask me why. So, yeah, what we're gonna be doing is working on this dude over here, right? Y'all watched me struggle. Y'all watched me struggle last week. I found a decent space where I got some decent sketches in. Now I just need to turn these sketches into like more illustrations, a little bit more something cool, and start applying a little bit of some stuff to it. Now, I love me some dinosaurs. Let me talk about it. I'll start off the episode with a chat. I'll open up, you know what I'm saying, today's episode with a little bit of chit chat, cause I love me some dinosaurs, and ever since I was a kid, you know, back in the day they used to say that dinosaurs kind of looked like Godzilla standing upright. Like, I was still a kid when they were still telling that story. And then it wasn't until like just after that, like the next day, you know what I mean? That was around the time that I was born, or you know what I mean, having memories and stuff. The next day, that's when they kind of discovered like, oh hey, not only are you like the dinosaurs are dinosaurs and you know fossils and you know what I mean, whatever Jurassic Park is coming out. And then they had T-Rex in there and the Velociraptors, and they weren't standing up. They were standing like this. And now all of a sudden, those bipedal dinosaurs that are like Godzilla aren't dragging their tail along the floor. They're actually using that tail to balance themselves out. You know what I mean? Started really changing the way that people started viewing dinosaurs. And on a public scale. Who knows when they did that behind the scenes, you know what I mean, with all the doctors and the archaeologists and the, you know what I mean, the bone brushers and all that other stuff, whatever, you know, paleo people, what do we call them? I don't know. And, but yeah, even then, I love me some dinosaurs. They're really cool. I've been into dinosaurs since forever. I don't know why not everybody is into dinosaurs. I don't know what it is. I don't know if people are like, I grew up, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know where people land when it comes to dinosaurs, but you kind of get to really know somebody when you get to know their opinion on dinosaurs. And then you get to know even more so when you start to like kind of just follow the public understanding of dinosaurs, fossils, all that other stuff. Are they real? Are they fake? Are they this? Are they that? Did they have feathers? Do they not have feathers? Yeah, they kind of have feathers sometimes, but then we got ones that don't got no feathers over here. Triceratops, and then you got ones that aren't just with 3 horns, but they got ones with 1 horn and ones with like 5 horns, and then they all got different crests on their head. It's crazy. It's a whole there's a whole genealogy of dinosaurs already out there, and it already spurs on so much debate and subjects, and people are still questioning the basics to this day. What's interesting is, yeah, they have found fossils that do have like feathered dinosaurs in there, and they've recovered like preserved skin, kind of like how they've like found like mammoths that are still preserved in the ice, and they, you know what I mean, you can see their fur and stuff like that. That's how they know that mammoths had fur in the first place, is because they actually synced it, you know what I mean? Same thing, they've actually gotten to the point where they've discovered fossils or just some dinosaurs. I think it's the quadruped ones though, you know, the more herbivore like dinosaurs that they found that had like scales, where you could see like different scale shapes. So it's like, okay, we got some feathered ones, we got some scaled ones, we got some that are kind of like birds, we got some that are kind of like lizards, you know what I mean? They got like all that going on. It's really, really crazy, and the story is constantly changing, evolving. New stories come out, same old stories get told. Like it, you know what I mean? Like it's the Wild West up in the dinosaur world. That's why I love it. It's because it's so crazy. You could almost do anything. Now, you could almost do anything and call yourself a professional in the dinosaur world. You know what I'm saying? So, what I like is kind of like how well, y'all know me, I love dragons. Dragons is even more mythical than dinosaurs. You know what I'm saying? Like dinosaurs, people are like, maybe. Dragons, people are like, what are those? You know what I'm saying? People be like, what is a dragon? And I like to think about like where the stories of dragons come from, how dragons have been utilized. You know what I mean? We find it on all sorts of ancient temples, structures, pyramids, all that other stuff. You can find dragons and water monsters and krakens and all that stuff like on ancient maps. And the way that they always utilize those creatures on maps was because those were the unknown areas. Those were the parts that when people sailed out to them, those people never returned. So naturally, the people that were left behind waiting for them to return were like, yo, they ain't never returned, and it's been about 6 years. I guess they got 8. And then someone draws a picture of a map, and then they draw a dragon in the ocean in that part, and they be like, they said they went that way. We gotta take it, we gotta take them for their word that they went that way. And when they went that way, they never came back. And that's why you have like little monsters on maps, because they're just like, Now, NASA, someone said something interesting. I don't even know who it was. Someone said something interesting recently. They said, we know NASA for space. I mean, we know SpaceX for space now. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But opinions aside, your politics and government affiliation aside, who cares about that? Someone said something interesting recently talking about NASA, and I guess NASA also went into the ocean, went into the water, and then they like stopped doing that, and then they just kind of focused on space. Now I kind of forget what NASA stands for. Like something about aeronautics, space, but maybe it's aquatic. Maybe one of the A's stands for aquatic. I don't know. I don't know. What is it, like National Aquatic and Space Exploration? I have no idea what NASA stands for, but apparently they used to check out the water and then they chose not to do that anymore. And it's like, what's up with that? Because people tend to kind of know a little bit more about like space these days. Just a little bit. Like space is getting a whole lot more love than our own oceans. On a multitude of levels, I suppose. But either way, I just thought it was interesting that we explore the oceans less than we're interested in space. We're more interested in space than we are in the oceans. And it's an interesting thing. I mean, I guess when it comes to like planetary resources is cool. You know what I mean? Like planetary resources is cool because it's like, yeah, we want to kind of not use up all the resources on the planet, so maybe we want to slow down on the ocean stuff. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the thinking is, or I don't know, but when I heard somebody talking about it, they were just talking about how like the ocean is probably just so scary with all the monsters and the creatures and the fish things down there. That, you know what I mean, it's just scary and space is less scary. It's a funny joke, you know what I mean, just because there's less living things out in space to kind of scare us. Besides, you know what I mean, just the vacuum of space and zero gravity and just the utter coldness of it all. So yeah, apparently like space is more attractive than the ocean in that way. But another thing that's about ocean exploration and stuff like that, I was watching another podcast recently. They were talking about whale bones that wash up, and it's funny, I've been on my own podcast right here, my own live stream, art stream. This is me just giving y'all like a little bit of love before we jump into here, to let you know that where I come from when it comes to me just drawing animals, monsters, dinosaurs, make-believe things, stuff like that. It's not just me just kind of, you know what I mean, trying to, you know what I'm saying? It's also me, like, exploring, like possibilities and ideas. And I have some ideas, and I've never heard anybody ever speak about it. And recently I heard someone almost say it, and I said, oh nah, the professionals are finally catching up to me. You know, the people that actually like are the professionals in the industry as far as like dinosaurs go and stuff like that, and mythical dragons and all of that. You know, those high tech professionals, and I'll just leave it at that. They almost got close to saying something that I've always wanted to discuss, and I've never discussed it with anybody ever. It's just been a thought that I had, and I was like, that's an interesting thought. I'm sure someone's talked about it. No one has ever talked about it, and that was years ago. And it's been years and no one still has ever talked about it. And I'm just like, why? Like at this point, it's almost to the point where all the professionals are dancing around something. And I'm just going to talk about it right now because I love me some dinosaurs. I love me some dragons. I love all that stuff, you know what I mean? The mythical monsters and the creatures and things like that. You know, the giants build the pyramids and da-da-da-da-da. Like, it's fun. You know me, I'm all about fun, right? I just want to have fun. I'm just trying to have fun here. So, I don't want y'all to think that I'm just having fun. My fun is backed. And now it's gotten to the point where my fun I got professionals dancing around the fun that I've always had. So I just want to talk about something that I don't hear nobody talking about, and I will actually show you what I'm talking about. Uh, so something that happens, talking about NASA exploring space. NASA used to explore the water. We still don't know. We know less about the waters and the oceans than we do about kind of the space, at least around us. You know what I mean? As far as the space that we know of and the waters that we know of, we know more about the space that we know of than we know about the waters that we know of. If that's what, if that makes sense to you. So before there was NASA, you still had people like looking into water stuff. You know what I mean? They used to like use whales for oil. They used to, you know what I mean, use seals for fur or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there was always stuff going on. People have been fishing since forever. It's one of the oldest forms of hunting. You know what I mean? Just with a bait and a string and a little stick. And you know what I mean? You try to get a fish and you be like, got the fish. You know, like fishing and all that other stuff. Like, we have been dealing with the water and learning of it for a long time, and it's crazy that space has surpassed the water. And one of the things that kind of spurred on some of these stories that we have of all these ancient mythical monsters, one is partially in due to like ancient people just kind of putting bones together to create a skeleton, and then people would say like, look at this skeleton. The reason why we have cyclops, and cyclops are always like these giant monsters with one eye, and you know what I mean, like they're bigger than people. Like, they're, if you know like the actual mythos of a cyclops, the cyclops is they're really big because they have these big skulls that they found. Well, those big skulls are nothing but elephant skulls. And the elephant nose is what they used to say is like the eye socket. So you have like these small eyeball divots over here that you ignore. You have this big nose hole for the trunk. And then they say, that's where the eyeball went. It's a cyclops monster. And look how big the skull is compared to this human skull. And then you're like, the cyclopses were huge. And then you kind of like put the bones together in a fashion to make it look like it's a person rather than a thing, because elephants are mammals, we're mammals. Darwin, whatever, who cares? But that's like, these are where these stories come from. You know what I mean? It's very interesting that it's all around the world, and it's very interesting that it's, you know what I mean, across cultures, architecture. You know what I mean? Bones is for real, you know what I'm saying? But now they're even saying like, because old dinosaur bones are so old that the calcium has like gone away, but the rock that the calcium dissipated into is still like together. So people are arguing whether or not those old bones are actual bones, or if it's just somebody playing with rocks. You know what I mean? Think about a big old hunk of marble that Michelangelo took a hammer and a chisel to, and then chiseled out a nice statue. That's what they're trying to say. You got this old rock that's not even like as cool as a marble stone, and these professionals are just like tat 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 and forming their own skeletons. And so now it's that dichotomy argument that I always like to talk about. Is it real? Is it fake? It's a rock. It's a bone. You know what I mean? It's a dinosaur bone. It's not a dinosaur bone. I love all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But why am I saying all this? So something that used to happen is you have sea creatures, whether they're mammals or not. But we'll talk about mammals, you know what I'm saying? So like, you have a whale washes up on shore. Maybe it got hunted and fished, you know, whalers, maybe they were eating whales. Who knows? Whatever reason, maybe the whale just washed up on shore because of a storm. Who knows? You know, I'm out here in South Florida. We got the beaches, we got the oceans. I see sharks. We got sharks that kind of just roll up on the sand sometimes. It's like, oh man, you caught a rough wave, buddy. And then they try to help. People try to help the shark, and people help the shark get back into the water. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like people helping the sharks. You know what I mean? Give it up for the good people out there playing with sharks like that. Like, but either way, who cares how these whales and other sea life things ended up washing up on shore? They do sometimes. Whether they were placed there or they placed themselves there. Well, what ultimately ends up happening is they decompose and they become, you know what I mean, basically just skeletons. They scavengers will take whatever they can, you know what I mean, and then decomposition. Or, you know what I mean, somebody puts the bones there, you know, because people do stuff like that. That's how the Cyclops mythos were made. Things like that. So regardless of the reason why, let's say some fish bones washed up on shore, they washed up on shore. And then maybe someone left them there and showed everybody and started spinning all these tales about what this skeleton formation was. Or maybe they picked them up and set them somewhere inland and was just like, hey, this is a dragon. Or it was a dragon. This is proof that dragons are real. Then now we have all these dragon mythos and stuff like that. Since it goes around the entire world, that means that everybody was playing that game. You know what I'm saying? So I like it. You know what I mean? I love all this stuff. Don't forget that I love this stuff. I love this stuff. I wouldn't be drawing it if I didn't. Think about all the things that I haven't drawn. I might not love it as much. You know what I mean? Anyways. So something that I always thought about. It's literally the first thing that I thought about the second that I heard of this. And this is the reason why I'm like, how is nobody talking about this? Because I'm like so for real. Like, it's the first thought I had, and I'm smart. I'm not that smart. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least I don't think I am, but then maybe I'm like the smartest person ever, because I be thinking about things and I'm like, why isn't this a topic of debate? All the things that people talk about when they talk about these subject matters, how come it just doesn't come up? Almost like I've never seen it. How come it just never comes up? So I want to show y'all something. Let me pull this up for y'all. Let's get back to the corn syrup. Hey, so check this out, y'all. This is kind of like what I wanted to show y'all. So I've always been into these things. When I learned that like myths of dragons were coming up because whale bones washed up on the shoreline, you kind of want to look up let me drop this a decibel or two. So when I learned that the reason why they were saying dragons were dragons and they looked the way they looked was because whale bones were washing up on shore, the first thought that I had was, what do whale bones look like? That's one. You know what I mean? I've since then learned things like sharks don't have skeletons. You know, the only skeleton that a shark has is the teeth. Everything else is cartilage and fat and meat and skin. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was flabbergasted when I learned that one. I was like, sharks don't have bones, and then all they have is the teeth. Like that thing that you see when they show you like a shark fossil and it's just the teeth. That's because that's all there is. There's never any shark bones. Anyways, whales, mammals, they have bones and stuff. So I wanted to be like, what does whale bones look like? Because whales already look weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ever look at a whale? You ever look at a humpback whale? Like, it look backwards. Like, what's going on there? Like, how did that happen? You know, you look at killer whales, they look so cool. And then you find out that killer whales come from, like, a species of dog that went back into the water. You know what I'm saying? I saw somebody funny talking about, the whole reason why, like, they're like, why would you go in the water? Like, we evolved from fish to get out of the water because there were sharks in there. Why would you go back into the water? Well, newsflash, wolf packs, some of the deadliest things in the world, went back into the water. So why would wolves, some of the deadliest apex predators that hunt in packs everywhere they go, like, why would they go back into the water and then become killer whales? And now we have killer whales. They hunt in packs, and they have that predatory nature, and they have the fossils and the skeletons and teeth and their mammals and all that other good stuff. And they also have whale bones, the same as all the other whales have whale bones. So these mammalian sea creatures are creatures that were like land-based, and then they went back to being water-based for whatever reason, and they were successful at it, hence the reason why they exist. It's weird, why do sharks not have skeletons, but then like regular fish do? You know what I'm saying? What's up with that? You know what I'm saying? I'm not that smart. So you start looking at whale bones, and it's like, whoa. Some of them, they just look like prongs, you know what I'm saying? Like, they look like forks. Like, you see a whale skull, some of them, they look like a fork that you like grill with. You ever like seen somebody at the cookout grilling, and they poking something and they flipping it and they doing all that little pokey thing? Like, that looks like the skull of some of these whales out here. Whales got some wild bones, is all I'm saying. That's a crazy statement. Don't clip that. Whales got some crazy skeletons. So it's no wonder that ancient cultures, ancient civilization, somebody finds a whale bone out of whatever reason, and then they tell kids like, oh yeah, dragons, you know what I'm saying? And then kids grow up believing in dragons and stuff like that. Here's the thing. This is something that is one of the best jokes that I'll never forget from Family Guy. And there was there's a joke out there where they say there's no fat skeletons, you know what I mean? And there isn't. But I remember Family Guy, they had Peter Griffin's skeleton. They did one of those Peter Griffin skits where they cut away to something and it's Peter Griffin as a skeleton, but he's still just like Peter Griffin, he's still just big Peter Griffin. But he's in skeleton format, and I was like, so that's what a fat skeleton would look like. But there's no such thing as a fat skeleton, right? So you look at these whale bones and then you're like, how does that like equate to a whale? Because whales is like these big old creatures, right? And then the skeletons, even if it's a big skeleton, it's still like, it's just bones. You know what I mean? Like if you eat a chicken or a turkey on Thanksgiving, it's just bones. It's so, eat fish, it's just bones. And then it's like, it's because of all the blubber and the fat and the meat and whatever gastrionomy that's going on inside of them, that's, you know what I mean, that's making them increase in size. So that way they can they're like blimps, essentially, with all the blubber and the air and stuff like that. They're like blimps. So that way they can float in the water. They don't just sink like rocks. You know, even alligators got some crazy thing where they got lungs that can like they could just hold their breath for 3 days because their lungs have like their lungs can like shift gears, and then they can like upshift and then like slow down and just hang out underwater for 3 days, even though they still need to come back up for air eventually. Like they could just hold it down for days, and then like they'll downshift and then, you know, go up for air, get some air, go back down under again for another 3 days if they want to. Like the way that air functions underwater is incredibly interesting. And whales are so big, but their skeletons are still just like regular skeletons on anything else. They're just like big creatures, so they have big skeletons. But it's nothing too crazy, you know what I mean? So, getting to the point, I'm stretching this one out, you know what I'm saying? We got time. We got time. Plus, you know what I mean? If I'm gonna talk, I'd like to talk at a time where it's easy for me to just be like, hey, check out this stream and watch me talk in the beginning. So, the reason why these fossils and skeletons and everything are so interesting to me, when you learn that dragons are like this mythical creature, and that part of the story that they come from is just because of people looking at whale bones and being like, look how crazy these bones are. That used to be a crazy dragon. It totally wasn't a humpback whale. It totally wasn't a blue whale. It totally wasn't, you know what I mean, a narwhal. It totally wasn't a killer whale. Like, that was for sure a dragon, and then kids be like, ah. You know what I mean? When really it's just whale bones. And whatever else bones out there, you know what I'm saying? So, something that I like to think about is dinosaur bones. You know what I mean? They're super interesting. I like them. You can find like people that build sculptures of just the fossils themselves. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you go to a museum, you can see the life-size models that they make. You know what I mean? And then, you know what I mean? Those things are always so impressive that they make models that you can buy. Some of them you can build yourself. Like, I love all that stuff. And then comes the more interesting part of trying to figure out, what did they look like? And now, like I was saying, I don't know, 20 minutes ago or whatever it was, they got some fossils where they have feathers. They have some fossils where they have scales. You know what I mean? Are they reptiles? Are they birds? What is what? I mean, at this point, did they have hair? You know what I'm saying? Like what are all these things? What is skin? What role does skin play? You know what I'm saying? You ever like really look at your skin and actually see how your skin almost kind of looks like scales in some places, where your skin is kind of like built up of these plates that are bigger in some areas of your body and then they shrink in other areas of your bodies. I mean, like goosebumps and stuff like that, like they kind of really tell you like what's going on with your skin and what's where and and stuff like that. Like, skin is really interesting. Like, I always like to wonder, what are feathers? You know what I mean? Because feathers, we all, you know what I mean? They're like a stalk with hair coming off of it. But are feathers just something that came from a hair, like a hair follicle? You know what I mean? And then that hair follicle just got like robust and grew its own hair, so it's hair that grew hair. Think of it like a tree trunk, and then the tree sprouted, like, you know, the branches from it. Is that what feathers are? You know what I mean? Hair coming out from, you know what I mean? Like you can see hair on you that comes from our skin. Our skin has something like plate scales that are eerily similar to the dinosaur scales that they found, where they found like different size like plate, like skin plates of scales on these dinosaur skins, these fossilized dinosaur skins that they found and stuff like that. Like, what is all this stuff? Even shark skin, since we're talking about fish life, like, did you know that sharks aren't smooth? Like, they're like razor edged shark skin. Like it's dangerous to touch them. They'll cut you. Go fishing sometime. I went fishing, and you ever touch a live fish? Like their skin will cut you up, and that's just a regular fish. It's not even a shark. You know what I mean? Like, skin and scales are so interesting, and I like to just think about these things because I'm not like a professional. Like, I didn't go down that route. I'm the artist. I like to like just think about these things, imagine about these things. And one of the things that I always imagine, like to think about, was like these people that found these bones, these old 65 million year old bones, and then we reconstruct the skeleton, and they'll even take it, because they can't find the full skeleton, they'll try to find like two similar skeletons, kind of like car parts. You know what I mean? When you have like an old classic car, you need to start grabbing pieces from this car and that car, and you start putting the car back together, and then at the end of the day you got all the parts back in there, but half of it's from here, and then 10% of it's from there, another 10% over there, and then another 25% is from this other car over there. Like, they do the same thing with skeletons and bones and stuff like that, where they'll, like, this museum will grab from that museum, this archaeologist will borrow from that archaeologist, and then you'll have a fully rendered like skeleton, more or less, as far as we know. And it's really built up from like several different dinosaurs from several different sites and stuff like that. I love all that stuff. But you have these people that find these skeletons, you have people that find these things, these bones, and it's like, it's one thing to put a skeleton back together. We have an understanding of skeletons. I mean, we used to do some really gnarly scientific research on our own anatomy back in the day. And, you know what I mean, every Thanksgiving, you know, somebody's carving up a turkey, right? We have this understanding of bones as is. But, like, how much of a... We do have an understanding of, like, certain animals that are alive and how their bodies are from the bone, because the bone is all the way on the inside, right? You know what I mean? Besides like the marrow that's in the bone, so there's marrow and then there's the bone themselves, and then everything on top, ligaments, muscles, skin, you know, hair, feathers, whatever. So I'm always interested in how like how do people come up with what the dinosaur looked like if we don't know what they looked like? We barely know what their skin looks like. You know, one of the more interesting facts is like that velociraptors and T-Rexes are from two different time periods. Like, if you go back and you look at all the old extinct ages of the planet that we have, as far as like, you know what I mean, 65 million ago, there's the Jurassic period, the Triassic period, the Paleozoic period, the Messianic period. Like, there was like all these crazy time periods. I don't know what they're called. We only really know about the Jurassic one because Jurassic Park. But there's also like Triassic and all that other stuff. Like, there's you know what I mean, there's a lot of them. Like, velociraptors and T-Rexes are from two different time periods. They're two different animals. And velociraptors are ones that they kind of found species that are related to them that have feathers But then you'll find out like Triceratops, the quadruped one, was around the same time, maybe as like the T-Rex, which are millions of years apart from each other, just like we're millions of years apart from them, supposedly. You know what I mean? Some people think that the planet is 8,000 years old. Some think that it's 2,000 years old. I'm not here to argue with nobody. I'm just talking about what people talk about and things that I think about. So we don't even know what these dinosaurs really look like. We know some of them had scales, some of them had feathers. No one's really acknowledging, besides the pros, but not like as far as like putting this out to the world for the public. No one really knows or is aware to the point where it's like common knowledge that it's like, yeah, these feathered ones are from a completely different time from these scaled ones. And now we kind of know that some of these, at least some of these, were scaled because of some of the fossil records. And we kind of know that some of these were kind of feathered because of the fossils. You know what I mean? So there's no argument on whether or not, you know, some were scaled. Like all of it is true in some regard. My interest is always in how do we know what these things looked like? Because skeletons are so funky, even with the animals that we do know. You know what I mean? Like, I want you to imagine an owl. Just an owl. Hoo, hoo, like an owl. You know what I'm saying? Any owl. Picture an owl. You got it? Have you ever seen an owl's skeleton? It is the gnarliest thing. And as soon as you see an owl's skeleton, the reason why they could turn their head around the way that they do makes sense. It's almost a no-brainer why an owl can spin its head all the way around. Because if you look at the skeleton, you're like, oh, that's what's going on. That's how they did that. Another one, penguins. Have you ever looked at a penguin's skeleton? It's gnarly. It's actually kind of cool. Penguin skeletons are actually some of my more favorite skeletons that I've like researched in my years and times that I kind of like, you know what I mean, just be like, what's going on over there? What's this look? You know, something that I started doing on the stream recently when I'm like, what is this? What is that? Like, that's something that I did a lot when I took the years off and started writing. You know what I mean? I had to do a whole lot of research. That's what I mean when I say I had to do a whole lot of research. I started actually looking into all the answers that I had questions for. You know what I mean? And a lot of it, because I'm into character design, and because I'm into characters, I'm into creatures, so I'm into creature design. And because I'm into creature design, you start getting into animal anatomy, animal design. You know what I mean? And then you start learning that all these make-believe creatures are based off of real creatures, so you start getting into real animals. And that's when you start looking into, like, what does an owl skeleton look like? What does a penguin skeleton look like? And you start looking at these skeletons of these animals that we currently have today. And they're so interesting, a lot of them, right? You know, even yesterday I was talking about how bugs are interesting. I think they're gross if they're right live in front of you, but like when you see them in the comfort of from like on the TV screen or your computer screen or your phone, I guess. You know what I mean? Like bugs ain't nothing. They're just cool to look at. And bugs are exoskeletons. You see what I'm saying? Like skeletons, exoskeletons. It's all really interesting to me. So I always am wondering, like, what's up with these people that put together what dinosaurs looked like based off of the bones. And now I get it, because I watched, you know what I mean, I watched the documentaries, I'll watch like the videos on YouTube or whatever of people that actually research these things and go into it. They really do put their all into it. But the parts that I find more interesting about them is when they don't put like facts into something, they put their opinion into something because the facts don't exist. And I don't mean that facts don't exist because they're lying. I mean they need to have an answer for something that the bones that they found just don't tell. So you need to theorize, and then the theorize come up from like studying the land that they found it in, and you have to kind of reverse engineer where was this land located on the planet at the time that it found, because you know Pangea was a thing, and then now we have 7 continents or whatever it is now. Who knows? I don't keep up with geography. And then it's like, okay, so what were the conditions of the planet back then? You know what I mean? And it's so interesting to me that like people start putting dinosaurs back together, and I put that picture up that you're looking at right there because that's basically what you get. People give it the treatment that we understand these things this way. We have a skeleton. Looking at just that sample right there, that's kind of how a lot of these things are treated. The bipeds, the quadrupeds, you know, carnivore, herbivore, all these old bones that these archaeologists find when they have to create a render of these dinosaurs. They look great. I love them. I love them. This is you know what I'm saying? That's my thing. Jurassic Park, that's my movie. You know what I'm saying? Yo, let me get a job, Steven Spielberg. You know what I'm saying? Give me a job. I'm into it. I love this stuff. But it's always interesting to me that they created these things to look a certain way, and you know what I mean, us as like, we're like, that's good enough, we're gonna go with it and we're gonna run with it, and we're gonna tell that story for a decade plus, and then new discoveries happen, and now it's like, oh man, is like, you know what I mean? If you look at some of these skeletons and some of these things, start, like me personally, if I was like, if that's all it takes is for an artist to, and an archaeologist and an artist to get together and they have to kind of fill in the blanks with their opinion and with, hey, who is this? Who's that? Get out of here. What is that? All talking. So if I was like, if all it took was for these professionals to come together and create this really cool looking creature, was some rocks and an imagination, I was like, well, I mean, that's kind of like what I do, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, while I was doing all the writing and all the research back when I was in my 20s still, like, I That's when I learned how much fun all this stuff is. That's why I'm always like, all right, let's have fun. I'm all about having fun. It's all about fun. Like, because you learn, like, even the professionals, like, it's all about fun. You know what I mean? Like they're having fun at the end of the day. It's not, this is, I be streaming on Twitch. It's not like all video games is just playing fun. Even making the games is fun. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, everybody's having fun. I started writing. It was a difficult task until I learned to have fun with it. And then now I was able to do stuff. I was able to create what I've created and work on everything that I've worked on these past few years since I've been streaming and things like that. And one of the things that I don't hear anybody talking about, let me get to the point, right? Like looking at this, looking at that there and seeing like the transition that it goes from like archaeologists found a skeleton to somebody who knows something about anatomy at some point, at some level or degree, and then, you know what I mean, we throw some skin on it and then throw some color on the skin. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we throw some feathers on it, maybe we throw some hair on it, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, how did they determine how much? When they figured out their posture, it was like a step up, right? Like when they had T-Rex standing straight up and then they learned, oh no, he kind of stood more like this rather than like this. Like that was a step up. But I always wondered, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but this is where a whole lot of imagination comes in, and I'm all about imagination. It's like, how do they determine and how do they stay at that determination that this is what these dinosaurs looked like? From this million years ago to that million years ago, like, you know, the world was so different back then. And it's not because I was there. It's because that's just what we're taught and what we're told. You know, Pangea was a thing. You go back however many years Pangea was, and you start counting the years forward, you start seeing how the continental shift progressed over the course of these periods. You know what I mean? You try to determine where the equator is located and where the poles are located, so that way you could determine like climate and weather and things like that. And then you start to put together, you start finding these bones of these creatures that existed in those times supposedly. And you know what I mean, there have been some really crazy determinations that like blow my mind. Like, dinosaurs existed before flowers. I'm pretty sure I've said that a couple times on stream before, but yeah, like flowers didn't even exist. And yeah, I think the last time I was talking about it, I was like, that's crazy because flowers ain't nothing but like extra sugar on a plant, so the plant got to do something with the sugar, so they produce flowers. You know what I mean? Like, you got extra sugar in your diet, so your body got to do something with all this extra sugar, and your body gets like fatter or bigger, you know, and less healthy and all that other stuff, whatever it is. But that's how I see like what fruits are. You know what I mean? Plants are taking nutrients from the earth, and then if they take an excess amount, they produce flowers, and flowers ain't nothing but fruits. Some plants, they produce fruits, and we eat those fruits. Dinosaurs existed before that process, by some arguments. It really is the only argument that I ever heard, because anytime you ever look at like some dinosaur renditions when they're in the environment, you'll see them with trees a lot, but every now and then you'll see them with flowers, and it was like, like is that for real? How much imagination did you put into that one? Like, who knows anything, right? That's what I mean. There's so much imagination. There's so much just fill in the blank with whatever you would like when it comes to these sort of things. And you know what I mean? The only way we'll ever learn more is if we just research it more and whatever more, come across more fossils more and start, filling in the blanks with as many facts as we can find, more so than our imaginations. But until then, I'm an artist. I love the imagination. And I love these things, but I think it's a bit much when someone's imagination, and archaeologist meets an artist, and they put together this monster and this creature. They say that this is what the creature looked like, and now the whole world has to accept it for the next decade plus, and this is what it is. I'm like, man, there's so much imagination in that. Like, like, how do we know? How do we know that this is what that looked like? You know what I mean? Like, how many things did you consider when you started piling on top of the bone? When you started piling ligaments, muscles, fat, blubber, skin, what type of skin, colors. Like that's a lot. That's a lot, especially when what your end goal is to depict something. It's one thing to piece together a skeleton, even if it comes from several different skeletons. It's another thing to say that this is what this thing looked like. And I love all the renders. I love it. You know what I mean? Because it's just me looking at other artists, and I look at a lot of other artists. You know what I mean? And I see what they do, and I love what they do. But for the whole world to just sit there and say like this is what it is, I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You look at pterodactyls, and you look at penguins, and you look at the pterodactyl fossils, and you look at penguin bones. You start seeing something. You start seeing something similar. You start seeing that, like, oh, they find pterodactyl stuff kind of close by where penguins exist. And we have an idea of what pterodactyls are and what they look like. But then we ignore the fact that pterodactyl fossils look a whole lot like some sort of ancient penguin bone. And no one ever stopped to consider that maybe these pterodactyls probably might have looked something like a penguin. And then you can kind of study penguin culture and how penguins kind of behave in their environment, how they live, how they eat, how they hunt, where they live, all those sort of things. And then it's not that hard to apply that sort of logic to pterodactyls. I mean, and I'm picking on pterodactyls just because it's like we've seen them in the movies. We've seen what all the professionals, all the king's horses and all the king's men, like all the professionals coming together and saying, hey, this is a pterodactyl, this is what this thing is, and this is how we are telling you is how these things work. And the first thing that everybody says is, how it fly with that big old head? The head is as big as the body. How does it fly with that big old head? You know what I mean? It's interesting. I don't know. Maybe pelicans might be like the next best thing to a pterodactyl than a penguin. You know, more or less. But pterodactyls are how many millions of years old? So at that point, it's like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? Pterodactyls don't even have feathers on them, but they fly. So it's like, you know, it's a lot of imagination. I'm just saying, like if it's all, not all, but if a lot of it is based on imagination, I think this is one of those realms and one of those worlds that you know, we could use a whole lot more information on if we're gonna actually get to it. So, but until that day, I'm just over here having fun, and that's what dinosaurs are to me. That's what dragons are to me. That's what all these things are to me. Is how do you know that these things look like this? Because at the end of the day, all I see is like people kind of giving these fossils the mammal treatment. You know what I mean? Where there's a minimal amount of muscle, ligament, a limited amount of fat and blubber, and then, especially if you look at like Jurassic Park 1 back in like the 90s, there was definitely not that, like the patterns and the colors of the skin, the camouflage, the coat, whatever we want to call it, wasn't even all that impressive either. They were just big brown blurs, big gray blurs. You would have to go and buy like the toys in order to have like some sort of color attached to these things. And it's like, who knows? You know what I mean? Like who knows what it was? Like we're lucky to have mammoth fur. Little tufts of mammoth fur to be like, all right, well, we know this much about this one animal. So, I don't know. It's interesting. You know what I mean? When you get artist renders of these fossils, and when you look at whale bones, and how you can get a dragon from a whale bone, and how these dinosaur renditions just look like a bare bones minimum, pun intended, of imagination applied to what this animal may have looked like, could have looked like. You know what I mean? Other possibilities, like things like that. Just before I started, just because I knew I was going to get into this conversation, I looked up, since we're talking about land mammals and sea mammals, and even though dinosaurs are considered reptiles and possibly avian, like birds, you know what I mean? Is there any final decision on whether birds are reptiles or not? Like, what are we talking about here? Before I came on stream, the first thing or the last thing that I checked before I hit play or record or whatever was I wanted to look at duck feet, and I wanted to, hey, duck sauce, G Mr. Drew on Designed by Humans. Go check out my merch stores, gmrdrew.art. You see the website. Go get on the website. Check out the merch stores. The Nakama store. Get yourself a duck sauce t-shirt. I'm talking about ducks. Hey, so I looked up duck feet. And I also looked up chicken feet. They almost look identical. I'm sure like you got a bone specialist out there that'll be like, well, actually, Mr. Smart Artist guy, right? And it's like, okay, I hear you, but just like use your eyeballs, look at duck feet and look at chicken feet. They look pretty much the same. A duck goes in the water and a chicken walks on land. And all we have is dinosaur bones to determine what a dinosaur looked like. But if you look at duck bones and chicken bones and you don't know nothing, you're going to be like, all right, they look the same. They look the same. But then when you reconstruct the animal from what it actually is, the duck is going to look like a duck and the chicken going to look like a chicken, and a duck don't look like a chicken. Chicken don't look like a duck. And they don't even operate the same neither. Completely different cultures, completely different, you know what I mean? The way they eat, sleep, hunt, you know what I mean? What we do for them, what they do for us, all that stuff. Like, all this stuff is super interesting to me. This is why I love this stuff. So, like, how do we know that the T-Rex didn't have webbed feet? Because when we look at a T-Rex fossil, I think what they say is that it looks a lot like, it either looks a whole lot like a duck or it looks a whole lot like a chicken. I forget, but they say like it has like, it looks a whole lot like a bird. You know what I mean? Even though it's a really big bird. You know what I mean? All yellow and stuff. But it looked like a bird. And it's like, man, Well, if it looks like a bird, it's like, well, some birds got webbed feet and some birds don't. How much did T-Rex move in the water and how much did it not? Because that would determine whether he had feathers or scales, perhaps. You know what I mean? I mean, you got duck feathers and you got chicken feathers on top of that too. You got penguin feathers on top of owl feathers. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of different, you know what I mean? We don't, like, how have we determined, like, the oil consistency? You see why I'm calling this corn syrup? Like, how much have we, like, you know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is that there's room for imagination with all of these things. And I don't know. I wrote a story. And now that I'm finally, last week I started working on the eggs. And now this week I'm finally starting to work on the dinosaurs. And dinosaurs is one of my most favorite things. You saw the Warlock merch that I put together. I still haven't heard back from the company about this merch design. They're not even saying thank you for the submission. Like, I submitted that design, they're not even acknowledging me. How dare they? You know what I mean? But y'all saw me put together that dragon on the Warlock merch design. Why y'all baller blocking me, man? Let me sell my merch, you know? You know I'm into dragons, you know I'm into dinosaurs, you know I'm into all this stuff. So now that I'm finally entering the dinosaur phase, especially since it's story previs art that I'm doing, you know that we're kind of getting into it with the quickness as far as how my story goes. And you're like, wait a second, you've been drawing all these characters and all these environments and I ain't seen not one dinosaur. You got some creatures in there. What is going? Yes. You gotta follow, you gotta like, you gotta subscribe. Man, you gotta join the Patreon, get a commission. If you can't afford a commission, join it for free. I cater to the free people. Join it for $1. You want to support your boy. You know what I mean? I've been out here working. And I don't ever really talk about this stuff that much, but it's a little bit of a fresh air for me to finally speak about these things. You know what I mean? Specifically, like whale bones to dragons, pterodactyl bones to penguins. You know what I'm saying? All those things. Did flowers exist with the dinosaurs? Did it not? You know what I mean? What were the herbivores eating? Was it just leaves? Didn't have no berries or anything? Like what are we talking about? So, like, because if berries existed, then fruits existed. So maybe flowers existed? I mean, good luck trying to find a fossilized flower. Am I right? You know what I'm saying? Who knows what fruits looked like way back then, you know what I mean? Like animals looked so crazy back then, and they were so much bigger. Even the physiology of the planet was different. They say, I remember, at least they used to say when I was a kid, I don't know if it's still the story now, but they say that the reason why dinosaurs were so big, animals were so big back then, well, one, because of their position as apex predators and things like that. Or just apex creatures, you know what I mean? They got those Ultrasaurus and all that other stuff, really big herbivores, whatever. But it's also like, man, like, they used to say the reason why they were so big was either because there was more oxygen in the air, or less oxygen in the air. But I want to say more. So because there was more oxygen in the air, all the animals were bigger, all the bugs were bigger. You know, they talk about like 8-foot millipedes and dragonflies as big as a vulture. You know what I'm saying? You know, go watch Kong Skull Island. Look at all the bugs when they fall into the valley and it's all dark and all the bugs start coming out and all those giant big bugs. Like, they're saying like that was legit at one point. And they say the reason why those things existed like that was because the oxygen level, whether it was high or low, like it, you know what I mean? Like it did that. So it's like, That's another thing. It's like, how much do we know about the planet? Because apparently, right now, we know more than we ever have in history, and we know more about what we know about space than we do about our own oceans. Just to bring it back, like, you know what I'm saying? And you wonder why I uphold being an artist and uphold being like a creative and uphold being, you know what I mean, doing this childish stuff. But really, it's like, nah, I mean, I did the work. I did everything. I did the same thing that all the professionals do. You know what I'm saying? And I just barely ever demonstrate the knowledge behind it because a lot of it went to the story, and I don't talk about it because I haven't gotten to that part of the story yet. I throw little hints at you. I throw little teasers at you. I might ask you a question and y'all don't answer them because y'all don't chat. My chat don't chat. Man, chat, you gotta say something. I'm over here dropping jewels for almost 90 minutes now. So, I just want you to know, now that I've started to enter this phase where I'm not just working on monsters, whether they look like aliens or they look like, you know what I mean, the Bigfoot or Sasquatch or something like that. Like, now that I've started to enter like more monsters, creatures, things like that, things that aren't even like characters, but things that are like world elements, I kind of, you know what I mean, wanted to take the opportunity to get a little alien on y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's corn syrup. I got tea. Matter of fact, let me leave y'all with this. I'll be back. I'm just gonna go get some tea. Man, look at me talking about dinosaurs for an hour. How dare you? How dare you? Sit here and let me talk about dinosaurs forever and ever. Alright. Oh, I got my tea. Let me try not to burn my tongue right now. So yeah, I mean, the reason why I wanted to talk about that, one, I needed to warm myself up. Two, I needed to prep y'all to let y'all know how crazy I am. And then, you know, three, I don't know how I want to render these things. Part of me is just like, well, just do what you want. But then the other part of me, as you're learning, is I actually care to try to like put some respect on this stuff. Like, you hear me the past few years I've been streaming, every now and then I'll be like, man, I'm not respecting this enough. Oh, I need to go put some respect on this one when I go into a drawing. It sounds silly, but it's for real. You know what I'm saying? And when I say put respect on things, it's like, it's that scale of when an archaeologist meets an artist and then we get T-Rex in Jurassic Park. Like, it's that. How interesting was it in the first movie when after we see the the long neck dinosaur, the first dinosaur that they see, and they like what, and then the song kicks in, dun, 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 like all that stuff, and after that scene, they go and check out like a triceratops, and the triceratops is sick, and then they need to go like research, you know what I mean? They're checking out the triceratops. Why is it sick? And then like the lady like sees like the tongue on it has like a pimple on it or something like that, and they're like, oh, this is, you know what I mean, they're showing signs of this and that, and has everything to do with like how these ancient creatures are so used to a different environment, and it's just their bodies reacting to this new environment. That was Jurassic Park 1. You know, those movies were a lot more interesting because we still got the T-Rex, we still got the Velociraptors, and you would think that if you wanted to create an entire series, you know, create a whole slew of films, because we had the trilogy, then we had the second trilogy, you know, however many shows that have spawned from, you know, the inspiration of Jurassic Park movies, like all the cartoons and stuff like that. And you know what I mean, they don't throw the imagination into it because they're still adhering to the designs of the Jurassic Park designs, things like that. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, if you're making dinosaurs and you don't know what you're making, then yeah, you're gonna adhere to what already is. But when you learn that nobody really knows what they're making, well, then it's free reign as far as like creativity goes. And that's something that I'm kind of hoping to be able to accomplish. Not necessarily here today. Right now, I'm still pretty much grounded in all those ideas and things like that. But one of my favorite things that I'm going to be looking forward to is like the creativity involved in being able to bring these things to life in a way that, you know, nobody's ever seen before. That's what I do. It's the Andrew Glowcheski experience, yo. How interesting is it? I was watching that podcast that Buddy came on there, and I guess they crossbred some woolly mammoth with mice, and we got woolly mice. Yo, gene sequencing is on some insane level. Part of me was, they were showing pictures of these woolly mammoth mice, woolly mice, whatever they're called, I don't know. And these mice have like the big, long orange hair that you kind of think about when you think about a woolly mammoth. You think about the orange hair. How interesting. I'm like, how much are they controlling the genes that these mice weren't 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 1,000 pounds? You know what I mean? I don't know how heavy an elephant is, but like, I know it's heavy. Like, how much are they controlling the genes where they were only able to, I shouldn't say only, but you know what I mean, when the only thing that seemed to be affected in the mice that they spliced with was the fur. I imagine, talking about imagination, I imagine that they must have access to being able to create a 100-pound mouse. It's probably just less cute, you know what I'm saying? And who knows, man, these mice start breeding and they have those genes in them, maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe New York rats are gonna be a thing that we ain't worried about no more. You're gonna be worried about the woolly rat. is is taking out your Rottweiler. You know what I'm saying? You got a tiger in your apartment, and then the woolly rat is snuck in through your AC vent from the roof. You know what I'm saying? Either way, that was a whole lot of setup just to color some pictures. Oh yeah, another thing that I wanted to do, because we're working on Previz today, is I know I have to work on this. That's why I'm working on this. But another thing that I want to do is look at what else I may need to work on the upcoming pages. You know what I mean? So far, I've pretty much addressed everything that I feel like I'm concerned about. Oh wow. I need to go back and read the script. I gotta go back and read the script. You know, it's funny because I know the story beats, but I'm looking at some of these panels and I was like, oh my god, they do that? Like, I was like, oh my god, I included that shot? Oh no, I forgot. I forgot about that. It's gonna be so much fun. But yeah, I kind of wanted to see what else do I need to work on, because I pretty much addressed everything that I needed to. And then everything else I can kind of, you know what I'm saying? Get my new sum on. Alright, so I have another character or two that I'm actually looking forward to working on, and then I just have some other research to do, but I don't need to do those now because, as you can see, that's like, you know, 20 pages in. We're only working on like page 8 right now. You see why this is like a 2-year project, or why this was a 10-year project 8 years ago. You know? Well, at least, hopefully, maybe now you're beginning to understand why this was a 10-year project 8 years ago for me. Maybe you might begin to start to understand why I'm like concerned about these haters that I have around me. Trying to just like weasel their way in to everything that I did without even a respectful conversation. Are you out of your mind? So yeah, I really only have like 2 characters to research, and then some other fun things that I don't even know if it requires research, but I might research it just for funsies. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. So yeah, the way that I want to put some respect on this, if y'all remember the bird that I pulled up last week, I'm gonna see if I can find a good one. I forget what it's called, but it's the Dracula bird, the Dracula parrot. Look at me looking up Dracula bird, but it had a different name. It was like the Pasquiat or something parrot. It had some crazy name. Paskowitz parrot. Yeah, copy that, paste that. Pesquet's parrot. I should probably research it. You know what I mean? Put some respect on this bird before I just steal its coloring. Here, let me pull up what I'm looking at. Is it this one? Yeah. I won't even enlarge it. I don't want to sit here with y'all forever. I'm just pulling up some whatevers, but y'all can see, just so y'all can see what I'm looking at and see what I'm doing. I just really need some good shots, like, you know, really not even of the face, because I kind of have whatever face is going on over here, but just the coat. I don't know why. You know what I mean? You look at the face, it's just all black. It just has like this really interesting red pattern that seems to be like an underbelly pattern. Makes you wonder how this bird like created this thing, you know? How this bird evolved to have the coat that way. Yeah, so I'll save that picture too. I don't know. See if I can find like a side picture, maybe. See what this coat looks like from the side. But yeah, you know, it's like, I guess these. Like this is where like life drawing comes in handy. I wonder if there's anybody out there who's like creating references like that for artists. You know, as an artist, like we could do all the research all day, but you're going, you know, when you look up pictures and you try to research things, you're only really going to be coming across the more popular images, and the popular images don't necessarily delve into the less popular images, like the nerdy things that nerds need to nerd out on. Like when it comes to doing things like life drawing and then learning about certain angles and certain like design elements. It's the reason why I'll do like a character turnaround sometimes. It's because it's like, yeah, I drew something dope and it looks cool from the front, but like once you draw it from the side, it's like, oh, it looks ridiculous. And it's like when you look at animals, when you look at life, like everything seems to make sense regardless of what your opinion is on what something looks like. Like this bird, for instance, has this really neat red pattern going across it. I can draw that pattern more or less like off of memory, but only from like one angle, where if I really wanted to understand this bird or anything, it's about understanding like the full turnaround. And I wonder if there's anybody out there who puts together references of things that are like rare, something like this bird. I would imagine, because I never heard of it before. See, like yeah, you know what, let me see if I can save this picture where it's like flying and it has its wings spread out. And that's what I mean, when the wings are tucked in, all the red is together, but then once its wings are spread out, it's patched. So you have like a patch of red, big patch of red. And if you didn't know that it patched out like that, and then you went to go draw just from your understanding with the wings closed, if you went to go draw that bird with the wings out, you would probably just expand that red all the way out instead of make it patchy. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, now you just drew that bird wrong. Can I save that picture? Yeah. Okay. But you see, like, one thing that I'm not saying, oh wow, there's red feathers on the outside as well. Oh, the feathers on the outside. The red on the outside is actually more prominent than the red on the inside. So crazy. Nah, that's not real. That's not real. Nah, that's someone photoshopped over a raven. How dare they? That's so rude. How you gonna Photoshop some red stripes over a raven? And be like, yo, that's Pasquette's parrot, yo. Like, yo, even the circus exists on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shills. But you see, one thing that I'm not seeing is one image of the bird from behind, just to see like what the back of the bird looks like. Cause yeah, it has this nice red thing going on in the front, but like, not that I'm expecting a cool red pattern on the back, but I would like to see if you could even see that red pattern from the back. And there's no photographs of this bird from the back. Oh, hey, look at me. All I had to do was complain. All I had to do was complain. I got something like one. Alright, I think that's enough. Side, front, back, face. You know what I mean? The face is just all black anyways. So like under wing, over wing, wings in, wings out. That's a cool looking parrot though, man. That's a cool looking parrot. I like it. Baby parrot. I'm just gonna keep what the baby parrots look like, just so I can. Yeah, man. Baby parrots look monstrous. You know, when the feathers aren't like fully formed, you know what I'm saying? It's like this interesting texture though. Wow. I actually like that. So I'm saying like the feathers look more like fur. You got a little fuzzy bird over there. Okay. Let's. What are we? 2 hours in? Finally drawing. finish the talking part, I can go ahead and rewind my background noise. Give me a second. Alright. Sorry about that. Y'all wouldn't believe what I'm watching. Something that I never watched before. How crazy is it that they reintroduced some dire wolves? One thing that wasn't asked on that podcast, maybe it wasn't asked on purpose, was like, are they capable of breeding? You know what I mean? Like, anytime, usually when we create a little monster, it's not able to, like, reproduce. Like, thinking about, like, ligers and things like that. They splice together the genes of tigers and lions to create the ultimate cat, and now we have these giant, you know what I mean, bigger than tiger-sized lions that don't really have manes. They kind of look like panthers as far as like their coat, considering that they're from lions and tigers. You'd be like, oh man, no, they didn't have stripes. But either way, like we we play with these genetics, and I was waiting for the question, it never came, and I was just like, you know what I mean? I'm sure it wasn't asked for a reason, but I wonder if they can reproduce or if they're just like not viable like that for whatever reason. I wonder if that's something that they can control. You know what I mean? When they're plugging and playing with all these genes, how they're able to control these woolly mice. That's so cool.
My name is John Parker Hammond. I was born on March 14th, 1928. What follows is a record of certain events in which I took part between the years 1980 and 1997 on an island I will call Site B. Site B was not to be a theme park, but a research station. This was where we did the real work. By 1989, international genetic technologies had succeeded in their design to genetically recreate the dinosaurs.
Oh damn, I can close all these. I don't even need this. Oh, that's so funny. Alright, let's find another one.
This is Jurassic Park, based on the hit movie from 1992-93. The video came out around about the same
What is up with all the talking?
Tranquilizers, etc., etc. The first stage is probably the shortest stage, and there are a few tricky jumps here and there.
What is up with all the talking? I'm about to just use one of the classics that doesn't fail. I think it's this one, but I don't know. My bad, y'all. All I'm trying to do is color pictures over here. It's like I can't do anything. I can't settle in. I always try to thematically at least tailor some of this music, but music choices are so difficult to make on streaming. You know, people that make music think like, even though this is an art stream where you're doing artwork, you know, no one's coming here for the music, that's for sure. People make the music they like. I think it's all about the music. I could understand if I was like over here DJing, how that would be the case. But I'm not DJing, am I? Give me a second. Let me hit bathroom break real quick. I'll be right back. Hmm. 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 You know, what's the point? What is the point? Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. Wait. Oh. All these things are going to do is just help me at the second round. I'm going to start working on these some more. Like right now, it's just about figuring out some of these complexities, man. The layering of all this corn syrup. On top of this, on top of all this dinosaurs, bird stuff happening over here.
only cigarette that built America.
Mm. Okay. That's not bad. familiar with those poses. That's funny. It's so funny. Oh wow. They're gonna make they have a yoga section of the game. That's hilarious.
If it's too much, just go.
see you change, and you haven't changed.
4 hours. Alright. I'm gonna take 15 before I continue this and see what I want to do. See what I want to do with this. What kind of direction do I want to take this thing in? Because I'm starting to think something else. But yeah. 2 down. Oh, and it's almost that time, so you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and do that for y'all too. Be back in 15. All right.
Anything else you want to tell me? Not really. I'm working on myself. Just stole a couple cars. Few.
Yeah, let's try something.
Good, good. But I hope we're not back.
Oh, what's going on here? What are you doing? Don't do that. All right. Oof. Oh, I didn't do that thing. Hold on. Let me turn on. Let me turn on the turn on. You know what I'm saying? Man, I got some stuff to do. After I'm done here, I always got stuff to do, don't I? Man. So I've been putting on this playthrough of a game that's been a long time coming. And I can't believe I never watched it sooner, considering how old this game is. I don't even know how old it is, but I know it's old. But I put on Grand Theft Auto 5. Put it on the background. I got one of my favorite YouTube channels, someone who just plays games. No commentary. They never speak. The only thing they do is they put on video games, and somehow their playthroughs always play through smoothly. I always have to wonder if they're like, well, I know they're editing the video, you know what I mean? And I don't know how many times they go through a stage in order to play through it correctly and all those other things. But either way, they're cool cool videos, except since there's no commentary, it's just strictly gameplay. A lot of it goes over my head unless I'm sitting there watching it. And you know me, I don't ever got time to sit there and watch anything. Anytime I do, there's, you know what I mean, it better be something special. So, something I didn't know, I might have heard this one time ever, but something I didn't know about this video game was that I heard it was multiplayer. Maybe that's a online thing, but I guess the story mode is also something like a multiplayer where you work with an entire team of people. See, I stopped playing Grand Theft Auto games back in Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, PlayStation 2 era type stuff. And it was always one player. One player is just one character, you go around, you do everything, right? But I'm looking at this game, and I've seen like on some of the missions you go on like with multiple people, and if you go on a mission with the main characters, the three of them, whether it's two of them, three of them, whatever it is, I guess you could swap between like who you want to play as. I don't know if that's something that's like a game mechanic where you just kind of hit a button and then boom, you swap over, or if the game swaps you on its own. So I don't know if you get to choose when you want to swap, if you want to swap in the middle of a mission or not. But it's a really interesting element, like gameplay wise, especially considering it's an over the shoulder kind of action game, you know what I mean? An over the shoulder action game that you get to just swap between this character, that character. It's a little bit like I've seen some other games do it. Devil May Cry 5, Devil May Cry V, whatever we want to call it. When I think it's when you're playing V's character, he's able to summon those monsters, and I think he was able to swap into those monsters to attack, things like that. I forget, unless it was just he summons those monsters and they attack on their own, like a Final Fantasy summon or something like that. But I think he was able to like also control them if he wanted to, something like that. I might be tripping. But man, that's an interesting game mechanic, you know. And something else that I noticed about this game, and y'all see me, like I haven't even been watching it. Like I've been sitting here talking with y'all, drawing with y'all, doing this whole thing, but I be paying attention. So something else that's interesting about this game is the scenes, like the missions. It's interesting. They've tailored this open world game, right? But they send you on a mission, and the mission puts you to go from point A to point B, you know, maybe point B to point C, however many points you gotta hit to do a mission, you know what I mean? You cycle through it, but so they put you on this track, but in an open world. And the open world is the open world, right? So you have all the random NPCs and whatever characters, vehicles, everything like that to make the open world look alive and everything like that. Typical GTA. This is GTA to a fault, right? But something I noticed about this game and its missions that are just one step above from anything that I've seen before in regards to GTA, and I don't know how often I see it come up in other video games, but it's a really interesting element, which is when they take on a mission, you go from point A to point B, you gotta go to a shop, you gotta go to a store, you gotta go somewhere. So you leave one place, you know, maybe there's a cutscene, a cinematic, da-da-da-da-da, homie, and then they leave. and then now you're your main character, and then you go and walk, or whatever, you traverse to the place that you gotta go, and in the place you gotta go, you have to go inside the store and do something, right? But what's interesting what this game has done, they set up these little scenes that I don't think, like, I've never seen anything like it before, like, especially in GTAs. It's like they planted NPCs that are mission specific, if that makes sense. They're not characters that you talk to, they're not characters that you get involved with. They're seemingly just other NPCs, just like all the other NPCs in the world, and vehicles and all that other stuff, but certain ones that are planted in the locations that you have to go through on a mission that have like dialogue to I don't know, make the world come alive just a little bit more. Like, I remember in the old GTAs, if you walked by somebody, maybe you heard them say something, but it was a generic thing. If you bumped into somebody, they said something like, oh, hey, watch where you're going, or oh, so rude. You know, they would say something that was something relevant. But now it seems like they have like planted NPCs in the path of the mission that is like, these characters are nobody, just like no other NPC is anybody. They have nothing to do with the mission whatsoever. But when you pull up, those characters are there, and once you're in like within earshot of them, I suppose, then they say something to engage with you directly. Kind of like when you bump into a character in an old game, they're like, oh my god, how rude. Except you're not bumping into them, you're not doing anything. All you did was just pull up to the scene. And you're not even there for them, they're not there for you. It's almost like the world is alive. It's really interesting because it's nothing that existed before. Usually if you have a character just sitting around while you're going around, you know what I mean, getting from point A to point B, you're never addressed. You know what I mean? Like NPCs never went out of the way to say anything to you specifically. You know what I mean? Like, no one's ever addressed your character. The only direct addressing that you would get, like I said, is if like you bumped into them, or if you were like hijacking them, I suppose. Like, then they would be like, oh my god, like something like that. That was neat. It was really, it's been really neat to see both of those things. Planted, mission-specific NPCs, just to make the world seem a little bit more alive, and then being able to switch from character to character within a mission. It's interesting because I used to play this other game back a long time ago. Really interesting game. It was a game called Commandos, and they've had sequels since then. I think I played 1, 2, I don't know if I ever played 3, you know what I mean? Whatever the last Commandos game was that I played, like, I don't think I ever beat it, it just got super difficult. But, you know, I was a kid anyways. But it was a PC game back then, it wasn't on console yet. I think I seen like Commandos 5 or Commandos 6 now for like the, you know, the Xbox One or something like that. Like I was like, oh snap, they're still making video games. That's dope. Those games were dope. Like, if you've never played Commandos, check it out. It's a real-time strategy game, and it's you know, it's almost like a bird's eye view, like a 3/4 bird's eye view of an entire like map. You know, wherever your mission is taking place, you play like a team of commandos, and your team would be only so big. You'd have like a team of 2 people, a team of 3 people, sometimes a team of 5 or 6, and they weren't like all the same characters. They all had their own specialty. They all had their own like skill set that they brought to the table, a lot like an RPG, right? So you would have like one commando who was kind of like the muscle of the group. You'd have another commando who was the spy, who can kind of change their look and their appearance and infiltrate. You had another commando that was a bomb specialist. You had another commando, maybe they were a sniper, something like that. Like, you had all these commandos. And yeah, it was a real-time strategy game. You'd be sent out on a mission, and depending on, you know, however many characters you had, you can switch at will what character you want to utilize at any point, and you had to use a certain character to do a certain thing, whether it was like, you know, cut the fence wire. Only one guy had like the wire cutting tool, so you had to make sure that he was there to cut the fence wire so that you can sneak the right guys in. You don't want to sneak the wrong guys in because maybe they need to go somewhere else, you know, to be a part of something else at some other point in the mission. You know what I mean? Like, it was a really, really cool game. And like I said, it was just super difficult when I was a kid, and then I just never played it again. But yeah, that's like the last time I saw a video game that gave you a small team to do a mission, and you were able to switch characters at will. And I think like that game, it's, I don't know when the last one came out, but whatever the latest one was that I saw, which would have still been like, you know, a decade ago, it was still looked like it was the same format and everything that it was back when I played it. Maybe the graphics just got updated. I'm sure voice actors changed or whatever, anything like that. Super cool game though. I would definitely like recommend it for people who are into that sort of thing. Like, if you ever played like those old like Final Fantasy Tactics games or anything like that, I would definitely recommend, like, try playing Commandos. And like, you know what I mean? Like, if I was able to play it as a kid, it was probably really easy. I don't know if it had like difficulty settings or anything like that, but I do know that later on the games got really hard and some of those missions were just insane. But it was a really cool game that gave you a small team, all different skill sets, and you had to utilize the right character at the right time to perform the right function in order to be able to get the right result, and then to either proceed with the mission or finish the mission. You know what I mean? Obviously, in the beginning of the game, you probably have like fewer members in your team, and then later on in the game, you have more members in your team. So then all those variables like take place, you know. And I'm sure like you have to be like timely, on point, perfect in the later missions and things like that. I used to play that stuff when I was a kid. We're talking, you know, 20, 25 years ago. Some of you ain't even that old. You know what I mean? I was playing video games before you were born. I was born in the video game. So, yeah. So I've been, y'all see me, I haven't been watching it, but I've been watching this. And I was like, it's super interesting, but the only thing that I kept going back to while watching this, like when I was, you know, watching the earlier mission, and you had the dude with the dog, and you were able to be the dog for a second, I was like, whoa, what? Like, what just happened? Like, how are you the dog? And then whoop, you're back to the person, and it's like, oh, snap. And then I just watched another mission where they had like one guy here, one guy there, one guy over there with a rocket launcher to take out the helicopter when it showed up, things like that. Like, I was just like watching this, you know, player play through and just switch, but because it comes with no commentary, I'm just watching it like a movie. So I don't know if it's like an actual gameplay mechanic to be able to switch, or if the game switches you on its own. If you have to actually manually choose to switch, then that's an interesting mechanic, because then you're the one that's making the call on the right or wrong call to switch to a certain character at a certain point. And I'm just thinking about like that video game Commandos. Like Commandos was a real-time strategy, like kind of bird's eye view of a map, but kind of like a Civilization or a Command and Conquer or what's the other Ages of Empire sort of game. It was, you know what I mean. It had a view like that of a map. But now I'm thinking, how dope would it be for a video game, like a Commandos video game? You could even just go back and remake the first one, you know what I mean, and go through the series, but make it in the fashion of like these Rockstar Grand Theft Auto games, where it's not a Grand Theft Auto game, you know what I mean? You're not playing like criminals in a city, but you're playing commandos on a mission, who knows where, like wherever those missions took place. I mean, you know what I mean? You can imagine back in the 90s where army games took place. But things like that. They give you a team, you know what I mean? They give you a mission, and now it's just like, okay, go. And now you're just free to operate in this open world or in this stage. And then, but you know, sandbox. You can go anywhere that you want, and then you can flip between your characters. Another interesting thing about that Commandos game, if I remember correctly, they would even start your characters on different parts of the map, because you'd be given a mission and like maybe you had like half of your team on the left side of the map and then like another character on the right side of the map, or maybe you were going in to rescue a character, and then once you rescued them, now their skill set was available to you to now start, you know what I mean, proceeding with the mission and things like that. I'm just looking at the function of GTA V, GTA 5, whatever we're calling it, and I'm just like, yo, why don't I see that more and more of these video games? Almost all the video games could do something like this. You know what I mean? And I just wonder how much it would work. Thinking about how successful like army games are, you know, the FPS with war zones and Call of Duties and all that other stuff. And then you think about how successful over-the-shoulder games are, like the Resident Evils. You know, you think about how successful like sandbox games are, like Grand Theft Auto. Like I wonder if you just took that format and applied a different coat of paint onto it. Like, would people be into it? You know what I mean? It wouldn't be called Grand Theft Auto, and it wouldn't be like out of this world of you know, criminal underworld, you know, dealing with meth heads, whatever it is. But you know what I mean? Like, honestly, I've been thinking about that this entire time I'm over here talking about dinosaurs and trying to draw this mucky bird over here. Oh, dirty bird. Almost left my water. Either way, I just thought that was super cool. Alright, so how did I see this working? How did I see this working? That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Alright. Yeah, let's do it this way. You know, because, you know, they're not terrible, they're not bad. You know what I mean? It's just a complex image just because it's a monster, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? I'm like mucking it up with I don't know, what are we calling it? Afterbirth. Egg, goop. Either way. You know, like I did a couple of things that I was like, okay, I like this here, I like that there. You know what I mean? Two different techniques, but I'm still not getting the result that I'm looking for. That's really what I'm doing. Tonight's stream, it's coming off a little bit as a like a concept art stream almost, but really what I'm looking for is the right look. You know, Previz. I'm trying to visualize what I'm trying to convey correctly. So I'm looking for like, okay, I know how I did this one, I know how I did that one. Just small steps forward, but I still don't have the result that I'm looking for. Yeah, Commandos. I miss that game. That was a really good game. And I feel like it's a little bit timeless as well. You know what I mean? Consider it's in like an RTS. You know what I mean? Single player RTS, like how anybody could pick up a like Final Fantasy Tactics and you could just start playing it today because of the nature of the game. Like it lends itself to being able to be played today and still be just as good. It's not like a I don't know. You know, it's not like a Call of Duty where it's like, oh, you know, can't play Call of Duty 1 anymore because Call of Duty 2 is out, or you can't play Call of Duty 2 because Call of Duty 4 is way better, more people playing it, or you know what I mean? It's not like, you know, I could only find 10 people who are playing this game. It's like one of those single player experiences that I wonder if today, like if Commandos is still going on, like, because it was like 10 years ago. Like I wonder if they've made it multiplayer now. If there was a way for them to do it, you know. I figure gameplay wise it would have to be done a little bit differently because you would have a series of characters with certain skill sets. So if you all, like if you had to play multiplayer and you played different characters, those characters would all have to have something to do with them. You know what I mean? Like you don't want anybody just sitting around waiting. So you'd have to like tailor the missions to be less time specific. You know what I mean? Like this guy needs to do this at this time and just make it that everybody could do something at a certain time. I was watching Vadi video. I don't know his name. One of the, y'all know who I'm talking about. I was watching a Vadi video video, he was breaking down that Dustborn game, naturally. The one that I was talking about on the stream the other day, about how Nintendo just stepped their game up, things like that. Good on you, Nintendo. He was breaking down Dustborn a little bit, and he, got some information from an interview, whatever, and started talking about it. And one of the interesting parts that he found out and relayed over to all of us was that the creator, the Miyazaki guy, not Hayao Miyazaki. What is his name? Hold on. Oh, Hidetaki Miyazaki? Look at me remembering names. Let me double check that. Oh, I know they got something in here with them. Trying to get better with names, y'all. Here we go. Hidetaka. Okay. There's an interview here I've yet to read, and I wanted to read it because of the 10-year anniversary that happened recently with Bloodborne. And it's an interview with the, the creator of Bloodborne, whatever. And I haven't read it yet, so I thought that'd be something I'd read on stream. Thought I would have did it on the anniversary, but I didn't. So it's been sitting there as something that I want to do. Hidetaka Miyazaki. So apparently he did an interview. And he talked about he had an interest in a game, and I kind of remember this game, but because I haven't heard anyone mention it in a long time, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, like where that game stands today. But he was talking about being somewhat inspired or just interested in this game called something Tarkov, and it looked pretty much like a FPS, like a first-person shooter, like a Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Like just another one of those games. All right, what's going on here? Ah, that's what's happening. And one of the aspects that interested Miyazaki about that Tarkov game, I don't know anything about this, is that the game had like it was like a multiplayer online game, so you would go on and whether it's who knows what kind of games they had for online play, whether it was just like every man for themselves, or if it was like capture the flag or you know what I mean, like your typical your typical whatever game. What this game did was assign roles to players. So if you were playing, let's say you were playing every man for themselves, right? So it's like, okay, you're playing one game, but in order to spice it up, they would say, now, not only are you playing every man for himself, but now you're also playing, like, if you kill this specific character, you get extra points. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that those extra points go to your stats or something like that, win or lose. You know what I mean? It gave you little achievements to try to achieve. And I thought that was interesting too. It's always interesting when you up the ante on any game. You know, just like I was talking about with Commandos, upping the ante by increasing the amount of commandos that you have on a mission. Upping the ante by making specific tasks more time sensitive. Upping the ante by giving you the freedom to make the right or wrong decision to flip to a certain character at a certain point, and then utilize their skill sets to try to achieve something. You know what I mean? Like all these little upping the antes. You know what I mean? So this Tarkov game, it I guess it upped the ante by giving people like these extra tasks. So it gave players just another thing to do on top of something else, like something else to aspire to. And it also kind of gave players the thought that, like, hey, you know what, you may not win, but you could still get some points. So that way your stats aren't just like a win-loss counter, but also a you know what I mean? You can have your own player stats on how well you could, like, I don't know, whatever those little extra missions were that they gave people. But he was talking about Dustbloods and how it appears to be. Avadi said how that game appears to be something like an online arena game. And that there's a possibility that they're going to be giving, you know, any player like an extra achievement to strive for in that gameplay, which is like, I don't know, I thought that was super cool. It's interesting that these games are video gaming. Alright, what's going on? What's going on here? Ah. Okay. Wow. I really pushed that. Okay. I'm sure that was something that also existed in Commandos as well. Give you little side missions so that way you have your main objective, and then like you have the choice of whether or not you're capable of achieving like smaller objectives within the thing, just to boost your mission stats. But I guess every game does that. You know, I've been watching like a Bayonetta 3 playthrough, and you know what I mean. There's always like those. Even when I used to play Devil May Cry, like you finish a level and then they'll like give you like a bronze medal, a silver medal, gold medal. You know what I mean? Depending on like how well you did in the stage. So it's like, hey, congratulations, you beat the level. You just didn't beat it all that great, sort of thing. Or you know what I mean, to reward you because it was like, not only did you beat it, but you beat it as good as you could beat it, like something like that. Oh snap! Hold on. Really? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, see, I drew these things so bad. But yeah, it was just. Yeah, just that character swapping mid mission at will just brought me back to those Commandos days when I used to play that game.
Okay, well, I ain't at the observatory yet. I'm heading my way.
My bad, y'all. My mom just sent me a picture of my brother. That's hilarious. You know, like one of them baby pictures. One of those hilarious baby pictures. Alright, let's do this. Where do I got this thing? Sounds like me. First more wet enough, maybe too wet. What's happening? Why are you doing this right now? You a little too loud right now. Hold on. How are you gonna treat me?
Bring me my cock round and cut your arm off.
Who the hell's that? Me?
Bruce's partner. Good guy. Very loyal. Ron, that is Michael. And this is Patricia.
Listen, you're beautiful. Now I'm sorry. Can't guarantee no harm's gonna come to you. I have to chop up in little pieces before spraying your pulp mess on the drain. Really hope it doesn't come.
I appreciate your honesty. You are a good man. I can see that.
You need your eyes examined then. What? You asked me?
Yeah, Trevor, I did. I mean, fucking business. I tried.
If you can give me a sob story, I'm gonna rip your fucking throat out.
Shove a turd down the hole.
It's not a sob story, it's just not quite complete yet. But I really sorry. To do it very well.
Old asshole.
Big cash of weapons I got from you. So I thought you might want to, requisition.
That's all. Whoa, not for sale.
You're one man. Say no.
I'm not sure, okay?
Good lord.
Let's go.
Nice to meet you, Michael.
So far, so good. You know, it's funny. I heard somebody make a comment once about my work, and they were like, "Oh, like, that's fine. He knows how to draw like these little tiny pictures," which I thought was hilarious. Seeing as like they're not an artist, so they have no idea what's happening or know anything just about art in general, you know? And it's like, yeah, I'm able to draw these little tiny pictures because I understand art principles. These principles are scalable. I could just draw a small picture traditionally a whole lot faster than I could draw a big picture. But it doesn't mean that I can't draw or that I don't draw big pictures. You know? I just thought it was a cute comment somebody made. Especially considering how much I scan my pictures in and digitize them, and how I can like blow them up and then work on them at a large scale format digitally. Or I could just start the digital piece all on my own. I've already shown off all of those skills. I don't really need to do that all day, every day, do I? I mean, if you want me to, you could always pay me. Ooh. You know, it's part of what my Patreon is there for. It's even there for people to be able to invest in the fund that they like to poke. You could always just commission me to paint you an original piece, and then you can see how my work scales. I mean, what is my Patreon? You know what I mean? Like the price tag on my Patreon. I don't think I need that anymore. You know, G Mr. Drew on Patreon for all of you that's new to the channel. Welcome to the stream. All that good stuff. I still gotta put that post out, don't I? Yeah, look at that. So this is a 3 by 3 inch piece right here. So that's 9 square inches at $3 a month. Every year I could send you a 5 by 7, which would be, well, this is about 6 1/4 by 6 1/4 if we're just looking at like these 4 squares all together, which is about the same size. You know what I mean? 5 by 7. I'll do a 6 by 6 if that's what you want. You know what I mean? You'll just have to like custom frame it. I like to try to make these things like frame friendly. You know what I mean? So that way you could go ahead and get them framed quite easily instead of having to fork up the extra money to have to like frame them. If I did like a 6 by 6, like, not that those frames don't exist, but good luck finding one. So that's only at $3 a month. You don't have $36 to poke fun. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what else do I have? The Oni tier, $6 a month. You get 72 square inches. You know, double the money, double the square inches, essentially. So 72 square inches, that's, what is that? Like an 8 by 9 or something like that? I mean, whatever way you could put 72 inches together, whether it's like a 6 by 12 or, what is that, an 8 by 9, you know what I mean? Which would fit nice in an 8 by 10 frame, you know what I'm saying? Or what is it, like a 10 by 13? I could fit a decent 8 by 9 painting in there for you. Things like that. Look at that, $6 a month. People just talking. People just talking. See, that's why I promote the Dragon tier, not because it's $20 a month, but because you get the most bang for your buck at that tier level. You know what I mean? You get 247 square inches on the Dragon tier, which is just a little bit more than you would get if you were to get like all the other tiers or combine them or anything like that. You know what I mean? You know, another thing that I do is, but, you know, this is for people that I actually talk to it about, so I don't ever really bring it up that often, but, you know what I mean, it's worth bringing it up and mentioning it since I'm talking about this right now, is, you can add your years up together. So let's say you're interested in getting a Dragon tier commission, but you can't, just for whatever reason. But you're like, hey, that's what I want, but I could only afford the Tiger tier thing. So that's, you know what I mean? Like a fraction of what you want. You can only afford a fraction of what you want. Well, you can be a Tiger tier for what would it be, 7 years? And then that would cover the $20 a month for the Dragon tier. And then after 7 years, you can get your really big painting, like the one that I did recently. Things like that. What would you do for 7 years? You would just join the Patreon, you'd hang out, you'd chill. I post every week, kind of get a little bit of insight. Imagine how much insight you get that no one else is getting that's not on the Patreon, on the story that I'm working on, for 7 years. I mean, 52 weeks in a year, I'm posting every week. That's, you know, nearly 300 to 400 posts that you just get to sit there, chill, enjoy, and then boom, you can get your Dragon tier commission just having paid the Tiger tier price. That's if you wanted to like wait and all that other stuff. And then, you know, after 7 years you get your big painting and you could, I don't know, still poke fun at like my little drawings here, right? Well, yeah, and then there's the combi tier, but I would imagine anyone who's too busy poking fun doesn't really have. Ooh, let me get you in here. There we go. Let me get you over here. Yeah, why didn't I do this sooner? There we go. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Come on. You get back down here. There you go. So yeah, I thought that was just a fun thing to mention, bring up. You know, I never get enough people chatting in here, so I never really get an opportunity to talk about things, but yeah. Wouldn't that be nice? This is what this needed. Yeah, this one needed. See the different techniques at play here? Yeah, this is definitely what I've been needing to do. And I still captured that same look that I've been looking for. Look at that. It's just me flipping through flows. Like, hey, like, what do I need? Do I need to do it this way? Do I need to do it that way? See what I'm saying? See, once I found the right footing, right style, right everything to achieve the look that I need for something, it's like, all right, I got this logged in. Tight. That's like the perfect amount of monster and danger that I'm looking for. Let's do it again. Got to fix this sketch up, don't I? Before I just start inking it. Before I start inking it, give me a second. I'll be right back, y'all. Alright. Look at me jumping the gun. Now that I got the right rendering technique, and I do like these colors, man. I knew that, dude, that Dracula parrot, whatever it's called, Pasquette's parrot. Like, that thing just had the right look, man. little bit of that beat almost sounds like the Mega Man X Sigma beat. It's one of the most eerie songs out there. No worries. I've been revealing a lot about my story lately, so no worries. The days will come when the Mega Man beats start playing on here. Those days will come. We're just not there yet. I don't wanna jump the gun. That's what I was like that. I know I didn't do that. Okay. That's right. This technique lends itself to illustration like this. This is a tattoo technique, but applied in a non-tattoo setting. You know what I mean? Whoa. You're able to toggle between first person shooter and third person, or is this just, you know what I mean, just for this one mission? That's interesting. The anatomy's a little off on this one. It's a little too, it doesn't look like a chick, you know what I mean? Like a baby. It's because the head is so small. You know, so it looks a little bit more grown, like the body grew into it. So funny. I'm gonna have to change that one. That's funny. What time is it? Where we at? It's almost that time. So yeah, let's go ahead and get this last one. Oh, dang. That was new. Oh. Usually when I go to crack my back like that, it's just one crack. That one went. Oh. 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 Is that a good thing? Oh. Anyway. Fell in love with that lady that he kidnapped. That's hilarious. Bar masterpiece. Sound familiar? got time, and I still got things to do, yo. Look at me, thugging it out with y'all. I still got things to do after I get out of here. What's up? What's up, chat? Since you're not here right now, you need to jump in my DMs. Tell me what's up, girl? So you can see the difference between trying to tackle all these things. You can see how these are different while these are the same. Different drawings, same thing. That's what it takes. Oh snap. Yo, if he finds that other dude that was writing him, okay. I didn't see them pulling up on each other like that. Oh dang, dude found that. Oh dang. Shoot. That's it, I'm happy with it. You happy with it? I'm happy with it. Oh, dang. This paint going everywhere. What are you doing, paint? What you doing, paint? Getting all everywhere. Look at you. I'm gonna have all this glitter on me. Come on now. What are we doing? That's it. That is all she wrote. I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm Mr. Drew. It's at Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. It's right there. You've been looking at it all night. Yeah, man. We had a good one. I talked a little bit about dinosaurs. I talked a little bit about commandos. You know what I mean? I got GTA V playing in the background. Man, it was a good one. I'm happy that I found the look that I was looking for, because I knew it was gonna be a slimy, grimy one as soon as I drew that picture with it in the egg and everything still. So I was like, alright, let me, you know what I mean? I just need something to be like a monster. That's it. You know what I mean? And I'm so looking forward to doing more dinosaurs. I'm so looking forward to like introducing y'all to everything that's gonna be happening in this story that I'm working on. So yeah, man, that's it. Where am I at? Merch stores. Get all the merch. You know what I mean? Just buy all of it. I don't even care. Just all of it. Just buy all of it. How many ones? Which ones? All of it. Just buy all of it. You see the merch one? Buy it. Patreon. Join the Patreon. I'm about to put up a new post. Like I said, I got things to do. Patreon ain't even one of them, but I'm gonna go ahead and do that since I should have did it right. So get on the Patreon. Get a commission. Talking all that talk. Get a commission. You know what I mean? Speak my language and get a commission. What else? OnlyFans. Get into exercise. Support me helping you stick to the exercise. And it's 50% off. Mr. Drew on OnlyFans. 50% off. It's a no-brainer. Go and get that. And yeah. That's it, man. It was a good one. Love y'all. Peace.